It is a brand new day and perfect time to play Minecraft. Oh, what is... Oh. That means that this didn't really do much overnight. I did a few things. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I need to figure out why... Okay. Question. Two floors loaded. Then keeping. I don't know why these chunks are not force loaded. Oh, no way. Okay. I need to look on the config. Because that is ridiculous. Give me 1 second, guys. Um, let's check default config. Oh, that's client config. Okay. Uh, FTB quests. Oh, what the hell? Oh. Uh, yeah, it is FTB chunks. No birthday party, so I can't hear same mod pack as last time. Yes, but we are incredibly further, like way further. Like I've got goddamn steam power over here and everything. It's great. Um, need all these diamonds. I did a bunch of sifting last night when I got home from work. And then I need to hook up. So I need inventory cable connector. And where is that cobblestone drawer? Oh, it's over here. We're going to put that there. Where is that? The map, bottom right. Purple gear. Oh, bottom right down there. Allow force loading if the team is at least one player. Always. Put in... Oh, what the f... Disable minimap for clients. The fuck? Okay. So now, if I go to this, awesome. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna make a... Oh, wait, hold up. Perfect idea. Stone. Okay, we'll see if that works. So, put the cable back in. Pull out a bunch of cobble. So yeah, we're gonna be waiting on this to process for a while. Annoyingly. Oh, well, the creosote. The creosote's back up. When I got on last night, we didn't actually have a ton of creosote because what was it? This guy was full. Speaking of, though, I should make a void upgrade. There. Functional. It is kind of weird to me that, oh, fuck it. Woohoo! Wait, that's dust? Yeah, that's dust. Oh, nice. So it did work. Gonna do that with another round of stone here. Stonehenge! Na, na, na. Oh my god, that's still making obsidian. That's gonna be making obsidian for so long. It takes 20 seconds for one obsidian, basically. Oh, right. So, this is a setup over here. It made some leather, but not much. Dirt. Oh, shit. Da-da. So even though I told Zake not to really worry about it, he made the steam oven. He made the steam oven, and well, I guess that is basically it. All right, so we have 8,000 stone. Admittedly, I sifted so many diamonds because my plan is to make more of those diamond brick things. What is it called? Like diamond ore bricks? Yeah, these guys. So where's my tool? Ah, it's still over here. Perfect. Okay, so... Oh, God! Okay, that's cool. Hold up. Ah, these kinds of tools are my favorite thing about modded. Oh man, I love this. Oh, this is so cool. This is like the wand of equal trade, but better. Because we don't have to do magic for it. Fucking Thaumcraft. I'm gonna have to make more of the laboratory block in Tyrion. Awesome. Now then, what was I? All right. Which one? This one. Oh my god, that's so cheap. And one of these, that one. So let's get some of that and some of that. Tinkering here. Tiles. Craft. Oh, right. And this one is shiny plate. Craft. Oh. Okay. I need less of the Tyrian. Oh, this gets geodes. Diamond, emerald, ruby, green sapphire, quartzite, Cerdis quartz. Ooh, blue topaz. Diamond, emerald, ruby. So you need to make distilled water for this. So ULV, LV, LV. Yeah, this thing is a LV machine. Treated wood frame, treated wood casing. Ah, brass screws. Yeah. Okay. So I need horizontal row. Shit. Oh. There. And, oh. Tyrion. I need to replace that. Yeah, there we go. There we go. F3H. Oh, no. There we go. Chunk borders. Okay, so I need a pickaxe. Uh, Whoa. Shit. That's the wrong panel. Shit. Now we try again. Oh. I don't have enough. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I grabbed all of it. Okay. Well, that just opens up a lot more space for me to do my work. Okay. So now, I need to see. I know there was an underneath area here. Fortall? Kinda wanna go another bit down, I think. This does not keep up on the bone meal for the saplings. And it's kind of funny. Alright. So my plan for this is actually to angle this down and have these generators underneath, and we're gonna call that like the generator area. Because that's mainly where the power is going to be made. When do I get these large neodymium magnets? Quite a while away. Medium voltage. Medium voltage is going to be the minimum where I can actually get ruby. Oh, what the heck? Oh, you can cut a geode for raw ruby. Going all in on macerator would be the best. Anyway, though. Oh my god. So much iron. Mysterious cube. That gray screen is actually cool looking. Okay, so yeah. Uh, Time to get risky, boys. One. Oh, shit. One, two, three, four, five, six. Slope. And it's Tyrion. Okay, so let's eat a carrot. Nope. This is gonna be fun, isn't it? Okay, cool. That isn't what I wanted at all. Shit. Oh, Jesus. Nice. Okay. So that was painful to make. 5 and 6 step. This is the kind of thing that leads me to drinking. It looks nice, though. Now, down here, I am going to do my new method of um um my new method of doing the road such that oh shit, that's part of the middle tier landing platform, so I can't get rid of that. I guess I'll do the intersection over there. So lab tiles. Oh boy, it's raining. All right, let's go. Let's go get that snow that Sis wanted. If I remember right, it was out this way. Oh. Okay. I've officially lost interest in trying to do it. Anyway, back to this. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm dumb. All right. Hmm. So, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boop. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is outside here. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Alrighty then. Um, okay, that looks a lot better. Yeah, the Tyrion blocks as a as a slope there. Didn't look right because I don't get the connected texture. Ugh. Let's see. Oh wow. One, two, three, four, five. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boop. Ah! Keep doing that. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah! Where's my glowstone? There it is. Oh, right. I think I have that recipe pinned. Ugh! Ah, shit. Okay. I think I need to configure that minimap soon. I'm gonna not come over this way. Oh. Oh, man. Steel pick. Red steel pickaxe? Cool. Okay. So this is one of the intersections that I want to do this at. Oh, I was hitting the wrong button. Ugh, really? Line. Why isn't this working? Now it is. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Ah, whatever. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Oh. 2, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Sweet. Ugh. All right. Now then, I want to redirect a lot of this nonsense downstairs. What? Oh, okay. Enter a name to use it. Okay. So it's right here. Oh, cool. Okay. Okay, so I want the. Oh, jeez. Shaft. Gear. So, vertical gearbox. Vertical gearbox. Okay. Which means now. Oh, shit. Fine. Okay, so to this end. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't want the. Okay. Okay, so now I just need a gearbox there. But I need to take down all of this power for a minute. There's so many parts to this create nonsense here. That only exist because of me having to do this long-range transmission. Okay. Oh. Okay, so if I connect that, that looks like it's going the right way. Yep, that is definitely going the right way. Now, I also need to connect this. Now we go make sure that that one is facing or going the right way. It is not. So with this one, come right here, place the gearbox. Now it'll be fine. Awesome. Now then. I need to get out over that way. What? Oh. Jesus Christ, that's terrifying. Okay. These are not going the right way. Oh, dear God. I guess it's dark enough that mobs can spawn during the rain. Hmm. Five. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one. Oh, goodbye. Pain. That really sucks considering I had max reach upgrades, and I think those are gone now. I was too ingrained on placing these lights. Behind me, it almost happened again. So let's make sure now. Okay. All of that functions as normal now. Aside from this, I guess. All of our create shafts go under the platform now. Oh. I should still have a stress. Oh. A stressometer. Oh my god, only 24% is used. Yeah, this one is our general purpose stress network. If you've got a machine to put on it, you use this one. That one is purely for generators. I'm not. Hell yeah. Advise that you use wires from other mods. Lame. Reinforced motor. Oh shit. What the hell? You have to energize and cut with something. What the hell? Okay. And then, how is the ore processing over here going? Oh my god, it's still doing iron dust. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, that bad boy's gonna be busy for a long time. Uh, did I ever put... Oh, I did, yeah. Let's see. What was it that I needed to make this again? I believe it was Invar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. That can make Invar until the cows come home. So, what of these seeds can I make? Inferium essence is phosphorus, beryllium, essence replication. There no... Oh, okay. Da 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 da. Essence exchanging. Huh. So, Prudentium. What the fuck? Lithium, sodium perchlorate. And it makes cryptand. So, Prudentium. What the fuck is the point? Oh, here we go. Antimony essence. Garnet, ruby, lepidolite, realgar, prismarine, enderman, saltpeter, slime, Sardis quartz, sapphire. Okay. So, like, how do you get the cobaltite? Stone, dye, earth in a mixer at EV makes 1 cobaltite essence, which then if you take 16 essence, you can make 3 seeds. Yikes. 15 crown, 5 Na. Lithium, sodium perchlorate, 15 crown 5. Oh, okay, so that regenerates the 15 crown 5. Diethyl glycol and triglycol dichloride, sodium hydroxide. Huh. Is that chemical an actual thing? Holy shit, it is! It's a crown ether with the formula C24HO. Oh yeah, it simplifies down to C24HO. Or H4O. What the hell? Alright. That's neat. Oh. I think maybe when I'm at work tonight, I might make a playlist to listen to. Because I am already kind of getting tired of this one, because it's literally just synthwave. I just have to wait for that to do its thing, chicken wang. So put that in there. Oh, cool. Can also use that. Okay, let me make another travel anchor then. Forgot that it was double steel. I'm gonna make another travel anchor for over here. Main south. Cool. Awesome. Okay. Oh, I guess I'm gonna need my wrench. Shaft, and what was the other thing that I needed? Gearbox. Okay. Well, that go down one more. Okay, so I need to build out that area over there. Do I have... Oh, I do have some more. I'm gonna need even more, though. Okay. I need to make the reach upgrades again. All right. So now, actually, wait. Let's do this. Oop, that's not what I wanted. This way. Oh, wait, no, that is what I wanted. Because then if I do that, put the cogwheel in, max speed. Why does that always happen? I guess, whatever. Okay. Oh my god, I didn't realize that I could do this. Wait. Yeah, you can see the bar, or the dial. Oh, the dial going up. Oh, that's why. There we go. So, do I have any more magnetite? Oh, I do. These generators are pretty cheap, so. Is that only 8.2K? 9.4. Oh, do these have a maximum? Okay. $9.8. It looks like that's the maximum. Okay. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna have to make another set of carbon brushes. I can't just endlessly chain these things. It's unfortunate, but you know what? I can't say I didn't expect it. So here's what I'm going to do then. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh. So these things can only handle 8 of these generators. Unfortunate. I wonder... I wonder if these can wall share their magnets. Huh. I guess I'll find out. Everything that I know about magnets is telling me no. But we'll see. Oh my god, they can! Huh. Alright. I can put this stressometer here. 83% stress. Okay. Okay. Hey there, Weed. How you doing? Carbon brushes. Okay, so if those numbers are to be believed, we have 8. No. Oh, I know. 153 LV amps. Okay. So I need these laser nodes, laser wrench, those two energy cards. I also need another energy card for extracting. I'll need a few of those. All right. So I put these nodes on top and configure this one for extracting. Down. Put that in there. Down. Put that in there. Hook that up to a laser connector. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. So if I put that there, that's too far. So if I put it there, oh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. God damn it, not again. Ah! Oh, wow. I actually survived that time. Okay. Oh. One, two, three, four, five. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Back to the laser connectors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, well. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you're gonna hear me counting to 7 a lot right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because these laser I/O connectors can only go 7 blocks in any direction. And I'm currently setting up a little network down here, so I don't need to, so I can easily transfer power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wait. Two, three, four. Two, three, 2, 3, 6, 7. Okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. So oh. Also, I need more fences, actually. Does that appear right? Yeah. So now we do the same over here. It's weird. I'm actually building something. This is not how I normally play Minecraft at all. Alright, so if I'm going to be doing like a low voltage tech area, where would I put it? That's the real question here. This is Steam. That stuff will never be moved. Oh shit. $16 steel plates. Oh my god, it's finally doing copper. Copper was one of the things that I was waiting for, actually. There's a decent amount of tin in there, too, so I'll be able to make some tin wires. Cool. It looks boring past that, but you know what? I don't mind that. Okay, I still haven't decided. Oh, I also need to get, Dort. So it looks like Siz's machine needs dirt for input over here. What part of this needs dirt? Ah, it needs it for that. It needs 4 dirt! Oh my god. At least 1 mycelium growth equals 1 leather. Oh, that's going the opposite way. Oops. There we go. You know what? I'm annoyed that Sizz used... I only want it to pull out 8, 8 of this mycelium growth at a time, so that this smoker doesn't waste a ton of charcoal. Okay, but this also means that I can make a backpack now. I have to say, I am so glad that this pack does not have bees. I would have cried if a lot of the answers to, like, oh, how do I get X resource so I can do Y production line? Bees. Any other way? No. Cry. I would have cried if bees were my only option for some things, because, dear God, I got all right at doing bees, but I did not have fun doing it. Those bees by far were the least enjoyable thing of New Horizons. Radish, bell pepper, corn, tomato, eggplant, onion, amaranth. The hell is amaranth? Witch's food cake. Spinach, peanut, poppy. I forgot about all this blackstone. I'll sift through that in a bit. Oh, Nether Star. That's my limit. What is this? Simply backpacks. Open in hand to set up. Oh, there we go. Nice. So now I can keep some of these things on me. So I'm gonna need to make another circuit. Oh, yeah. Oh, sweet. This is done. Believe it's... Oh, shit. Soul Sand gives oil? Oh, and coal dust. Okay, so I guess I need to make Soul Sand dust. And then it's 2 Soul Sand to 1 Invar. Invar steel. I'm gonna make a bunch of this soul infused. Okay. Converter. So no matter which one of these I make, I'm going to need a circuit. So I think I may just go all in and make a 8 amp one. Soul. Okay. I think these can be shoved through that press. Hell yeah, they can. Good thing too. Okay, so I need 32 of these wires. I have vacuum tubes. I've got resistors. I think it might be the red alloy cable. Okay. Oh, I need rubber. Tin cable. And then an LV machine casing. That makes the LV machine hull, which I will hold on to complete the quest. And we do this. Awesome. The question is, where do I want to set this up still? I guess I could set it up over here. Two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Haha! It works! Wire mill. Ah, shit. Oh, God. 6. Two, three. Yeet. So where the fuck is this? Oh, it wants. Really? You want me to make 8? I'm good for now. Let's see. So, I can make more of this red alloy. Ah, wait, annealed copper? No way. No way I actually have to use annealed copper. Oh, thank God. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll just use a thing of copper dust. Oh, shit. There. Okay. Then in the meantime, I have to give this a thing, don't I? Yeah. Ah, feels good. We are now in low voltage, baby! Ah, love it. Okay, so I'm gonna need to make a fluid solidifier. I'm also gonna have to make um we'll just make a bunch of 2x soul infused wire. And then I'll just craft it as I need it. Oh, good. Now we'll set the circuit to 2. Oh my god, why is it so fast? Cool. I guess I'm gonna need wire cutters now. So next I'm gonna have to make a lathe. Actually, I'm gonna make a solidifier. Basic fluid solidifier. Oh god, I need to make a pump. Okay. Well, sir, you need to come with me. Because now I'm gonna set up superconductors. Boop. Awesome. Oh, jeez. Styrene, butadiene, rubber ring. This is the recipe. This is gonna suck so much. So how do I make this for the time being? Oh, okay. It's not terrible. It's not amazing either. Okay, so now I just need to make an LV electric motor. Oh, two of them. Shit. Thank God. Thank God I don't have to do this, from just generic ass chests. I think that would be absolutely unbearable. Shit. Cool. Don't let go. Fluid pipe. There we go. Finally, a semi-automatic way to make fucking that shit. Tank. What can I do for a tank here? Like something larger than what I have been dealing with that thing. polyethylene. Yeah. Pain. Isn't there a larger of these? I feel like there was something that I made that required that. Hmm. Well, I guess for the time being, I'll just do this. Oh. Drum. Oh my god, I found it. Awesome. Neutronium drum. Guess I put an extra stack of Invar in there. I have a feeling I'm gonna need a lot of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna need a lot of this red alloy. So I'm just gonna do this. Good. Holding 4. Oh. High flux. That makes LV. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll make one of those. Even though I really don't think... What? That's weird. Even though I really don't think that I'm going to need the power storage, it still wouldn't be a bad idea. So how do I make this? Alloy smelter. Lead plate electrum. Oh, fuck, I need electrum. This is when I quai. Because I have to wait for the galena to process. You know what? If I'm going to be waiting for galena to process, I might as well... do all of this stuff, too. Oh yeah, that does look weird without shaders. There's something that I was going to look at. Oh, right. There we go. Well, I hope those aren't too annoying looking for the boys. So much copper to process. Well, I have some silver I can process into electrum. Oh, there we go. Augmentation. What augments go into the arboreal extractor? Oh, this thing is a lot cheaper than I thought it was. Whatever. The arboreal extractor is cheap enough. Although at the same time, one rubber every 20 seconds would be really nice. Shit. Oh, I turn on the shaders again. Where's the sulfur? How much, 3 rubber for 1 sulfur. Okay, I am going to go take a bathroom break. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. I will be back in 10ish or so. And then I'm also gonna make ramen while I'm out, so maybe a bit longer than 10. Who knows? It shouldn't take me too long to make ramen. But yeah, I will return in a bit. I'll see you guys soon. Yeah, that was a little bit longer than I was expecting, but hey, I'm here. I'm queer. Get used to it. Um, is that still going? Oh, no, it isn't. Cool. It made everything. Okay. So, what was I needing Electrum for? I feel like I needed Electrum plate for something. Right. It was that. Can I put this through? No. Ugh, why is that Electrum plate so slow to form? That's still doing copper. Oh my god. Okay. Uh, Sell. Oh, lead. Um, Question is, can I take lead and put that one through? Oh, I can. Cool. I only need a few right away. And oh, okay. Well, I guess we got two of them. Okay. So, how do I make? Where is it? Don't want that. Unless. Okay, so I can still augment it. Expanded coil. Silver through the press. Cool. Awesome. So I need to take 2 soul infused gears. Okay. is... I can do it in this. Okay. Oh, I need to be making 2 of these. Or 2 sets of these. Because I have 2 of these coils, or cells. Oopsie poopsie. It's 12x, 12x. And gotta make signalum for it. Alright, let's see if I can apply both of these augment... wait. Oh. Lame-o. Oh, crap. What do you mean no travel anchor found? So, if these can transfer 4,000... So it can transfer almost 32 amps of LV power. Okay. It's just kind of annoying is all. There. We'll have some cells just in case, but honestly, I heavily doubt that we're going to use enough power that we have to worry about it. Guess that means smelt 2 more of those. So I could make 2 more of those cells if I wanted to. How are we doing on the ore processing over here, huh? Oh my god, it's still doing copper. Oh my god! That is so much copper to go through. Thank god I turned on force loading again. Fuck. Okay, well. Oh, lathe. Lathe was the other machine that I needed to make. Small steel gear. Okay. Oh, shit. Just missing circuits now. Um... Okay. Oh. That's not right. There we go. So, if I take... make a bunch of tin wire. I'm also gonna need a bunch of copper wire. I'll make those into 2x. And then iron rods. Oh, this... you can use this to strip logs. Okay. How can I endlessly hear this goddamn boy? Oops. What I kind of want to do? Take the last crumbs of my chips, put them in my soup. My noodle soup. These tin wires are taking a while to craft. Okay. Now, there has to be an easy way to make rubber.
Okay. I have any rubber wood logs. Fish oil. Seed oil. We're into red dye. Black dye. Raw rubber pulp. How do I get this tree? I guess I can't get it. Raw rubber pulp with sulfur makes a rubber ingot. Liquid rubber. So you get 4 rubber worth if you do this in a chemical reactor. Okay. Okay. Don't worry, I have ideas here. That. Oh, wait. I already messed up. That. That. Cool. Once these are done processing, I'm gonna move this. Because my plan is to have input from the top and then it outputs into the colossal chest there. Maybe I'll wind up running these inventory cables underneath and then I'll have it go into that. Okay. So we'll start with wire mill. Into solidifier, into lathe. I think I can set this to auto input from the top. Well, maybe not. Excuse me? Oh, God. Okay. Actually. Let's do that. Time to test. Oh. I was like, why isn't this working? That. Awesome. Okay. So that means I need one of our rods, bronze rods, steel rods, iron rods. Iron rods aplenty. Red alloy wire. Love it. Whoa. What's going on here? Brave, why are you using so much RAM? Jesus. Cato is 43% of my GPU. That's odd. There's no way. That 43% has to be on here because I've got shaders enabled. I still love how effective this tree farm is. Like, oh my god. I legitimately cannot believe how much wood this thing pumps out. More wood than I know what to do with. Oh, thank God. Time for more ramen. Alright, let's make that plantation. Fuck it. actually. Until I actually get it set up. I'm gonna leave that steel drum there. Okay. Okay. And then I don't think I should need an input bus. Oh yeah, no, I do need an input bus, right? If I give it bone meal, I can get 150. How do I make this fertilizer? Lame. What about this stuff? Compost. Oh, can't. Cool. Alright. I guess I'll put it over here so I can just pump it directly into the fluid solidifier up there. Whatever. Oh, right, I need to make the buses. ULV output hatch. So I only need 2 of these. ULV output hatch, ULV input bus. There. Okay. One layer of slabs. Okay. Okay, so I need a dirt. All the dirt's over here, isn't it? Yes, indeed. So I'll do input bus here. Output hatch here. Okay. I'm gonna go get those leaves. Alright. No more arboreal extractor. I gotta start just trusting the process and doing the doing the multi-blocks when I can. Bottom, second layer. That's the block. We do brick slab. Then it's another log. 3 slabs. One, two. Okay. 1, 2, and then leaves around this. What? Oh my god, it has to go back there. Ugh, that sucks. We need more fluid pipes then. Okay, so let's get some boner meal. What are the recipes here? I need an iron screw with bone meal. Okay. Oh, shit. Well, the input bus. Um, well, that's lovely. I think I need to make an... Oh, wait, no. Uh, 1. Nice. For the time being, I would just like this to produce automatically. So, the moment it gets enough, just make me rubber immediately. Yay. Oh, that wants an axe. Cool. And I think next I'm going to work on making a chem reactor to get more out of my rubber. I believe it makes liquid rubber, which means then I need to put it into a fluid solidifier with a mold. Probably just do the plate mold, if I'm gonna be real. Anyway, though, that is the superior way to make rubber. Basic chemical reactor. Mm-hmm. Ah, shit. Okay. There we go. Now we take rubber. Oh, shit. Sulfur. That was the other thing that I needed. Alright. So many improvements. So many improvements. Okay. I'm gonna do that. Can I get empty fluid cell? I need a bender to make empty fluid cells. God damn it. Or an LV extruder. Shit. Steel fluid cells almost just as bad. Maybe this is how I'll do it. For now. Disconnect that. Oh shit. Alright. I'll go grab that plate mold. There we go. Fun times to be had by all. And then you can put this back in... I think you put it in... Oh, never mind. I guess it doesn't exist in this. Lame. It is not cheaper. Okay, good. Then I will just continue to make rubber sheets and craft the things manually there. I honestly really do enjoy the fact that I do not need to worry about like piping steam around to generate power for my low voltage machines. Okay, all the rubber's in there. For a little bit, this is going to be very manual. Like, incredibly manual. But you know what? That's just how, like, low voltage is. Oh my god. 8 seconds to make a bronze rod? Jesus. Well, it's saving me on the tools, I guess. Still doing copper?
Holy shit, man. Give it a break, little bro. Holy fuck. There is so much in there. $1,600 more copper. I guess, honestly, I may not need this setup anymore. It's drawing from that one first there. Oh, and then soon I'm gonna have to do the sifters. Dun, 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 dun. Really? I haven't held these in my inventory yet. Cool. Any LV converter. Oh. Um. Steel pickaxe. There we go. Converters are essential for power transfer in this pack as they are used to convert between EU, FE. Conversion is disabled for start. So you need one of these whenever energy conversion is necessary. Okay. So yeah, I guess I need to make 8 of these now. I may wind up making the assembler. Oh wait, no, I shouldn't make the assembler yet. I don't know if I've held enough of those. Okay. Let's fill my inventory with copper here. At least with what copper I have ready to smelt in the main net. You're on 1? Okay. Need this to make a bunch more copper wire. So, let's just make as many of those as I can. Cool. I'm assuming, yeah, there's an assembler recipe later on to make it easier, but I need glue. Glue, send this through a centrifuge. Oh my god! That's how I should be getting my rubber. Oh my god. Oh my god. So I need a centrifuge. Oh. What? Why? Okay. Can shove that in bulk blasting, and then this isn't smeltable, right? No. Make me an absolute shit ton of resin. I'm going to keep my eye on this, though. Because even still, I don't totally trust this. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, so what else do I need for this? Oh my god, circuit assembler. Oh. How the hell do I get quartzite? Let me guess, I'm gonna get it from a geode. Yep. Quartzite geode, rock filtrator. We got gravel going through with distilled water. Certus quartz. Oh my god, yeah. Pain. Alloy smelter. Mold casting ball. Okay. Have to make that at some point then. Steel bolt. I made a bunch of steel rods, didn't I? Okay, that's good enough. 12. go check out the power chapter. Yeah, yeah. Polarizer. Lubricant production? Oh. Solidifier, soul-infused glass. I haven't made a conveyor. I have made a piston, but whatever. So how much bone meal has this used? Not terrible, actually. I expected worse. 25% chance to use it? Kinda sucks, though. Okay. So, centrifuge. Is that in the quest? Because that is what I'm making next. Do they not expect you to make a centrifuge? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Anyway, though, basic centrifuge. Honestly, using 4 redstone per motor is not as bad as it could be. Steel drum. Pipe, fluid pipe. So, fluid pipe, steel drum. Alrighty. 224 buckets? Oh, because 32,000 for each thing. Okay. This is going to be doing a lot of sticky resin for a bit. 20 seconds. So it's making glue and raw rubber pulp. Two incredibly useful things. Plant ball, honestly, could not really give a fuck about that.
Alright, fine. We'll do that. Oh, man. Now I can put this through an extruder with an ingot mold to get raw... Oh, raw rubber ingot. Never mind. Okay, so I still have to put that through the chemical reactor. Okay. At that point, it makes no never mind to me. I'm gonna let this go through all the bone meal in here. So this only has a chance to make the plant ball, right? Yeah, 10%. So what if I overclock oh. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this is considerably easier than New Horizons. So what do I need for these pipe upgrades? Conveyor modules. Okay. Yeah, this is a considerably better way to get rubber. Let me get another steel drum. We got a steel drum here. So I can start putting some of this raw rubber pulp here into the chemical reactor. Look at this. I've got 5 machines running. And I have 0 issues with power. And I've only just started doing LV. This feels so much better. Maybe the steam grinder wouldn't be a bad thing to make. Ugh. Who needs the multi-smelter when you've got create bulk blasting? Like, honestly. Quack. Quack. Oh boy. So many resources. So little time. Oh. Cool. I really do like that blast furnace. That blast furnace is nice.
Hello, I'm here now.
Oh, now you're there. Hello.
Hello. I know I'm late.
Very late. But I mean, who's keeping time?
You work.
That just means that my work is keeping time, not me.
All right, what's new?
We have machines.
That's not new.
Yes,
We
it
always
is.
had machine.
Oh,
We had machine before.
no, we didn't have machines. Over
What do
here
you mean we
says-
didn't have? What the fuck is this shit?
If you want to change that, you can. I just have this as like a central hub for the power connections. These laser connectors are the power connectors. And then yes, this is our like basement level now.
Can't they go through through walls?
Yep.
Oh.
I have
It's
them
ugly.
I have them going down along like that main highway underneath there, and then right up through the center here.
And this is the power?
Yes, but no. So with most things, you're going to be using EU, which is abbreviated for energy units, I believe it is. That's for all the GregTech machines. You're gonna need to make something like come over here. This is the new stuff that I've been working on. These are all actual power machines. So you're gonna need to make something like this. You got a laser node here, which in the down position, you have an energy card with mode insert in it.
In the down position.
Yeah.
Okay, D.
Because down is an LV 8 amp energy converter. Okay?
Wait, is Altos like the side? Up is the one above, down is the one under.
Green. Oh, sorry. Yeah. D is down. N is north. S is south. Up.
Okay,
U is
I
up.
don't know which one is north, but I can't figure that out.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
the thing
no,
is when
I
you
know
when
what
you
you're saying.
when you place the laser node against something, it'll show you what that side is facing. So if you click on the laser node, down is facing that LV 8 amp energy converter. So you know, put it there.
Okay.
It's really easy to figure that out. And then so this energy converter is taking the FE that is being transferred in that laser network there, and converting it into EU for these machines.
Okay.
So there are some important things that you need to know for EU. Okay, now that we're actually getting into power, I need to give you a quick rundown. There are two different terminologies for power in EU. There's the voltage and amperage, okay? You have to
Okay.
make sure that the maximum amperage that the wire can carry is the maximum that the converter is going to be putting out. So if you look, these are two.
Otherwise, short circuit.
It burns the wires and possibly causes an explosion.
Yeah, so normal real life stuff.
Yeah, it's very close to like real life, okay? Except there are no breakers.
How
and
do I?
the
Okay,
breaker
wait. How
is
How can I
What?
tell how much this produced for the wire?
so it says LV8A. 8A is 8 amps. LV
Okay,
is
see.
the energy tier.
It wasn't the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
On this energy converter, all the green sides are input for the FE from the laser node, and then the red is the output.
Okay.
And yeah, this is just the output chest that I have set up for everything.
Is it not connected to everything else?
No,
Okay.
because I don't want things to be put in there.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just like how I have this one over here on its own little network, or air quotes network. You know what I mean?
Need a way to connect this to everything else.
Well, I mean, there are ways. It's just really annoying because the network seems to want to put things into these other chests before the chest that is it's closest to, this one. Which, by the way, soon I'll probably wind up making an obsidian colossal chest and making it a large one, so we don't need to deal with a 5x5 wooden one. But at the same time, that's still a lot of free slots.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and then the other thing that you need to make sure about with wires is never use, like, when we get into medium voltage, never use a low voltage wire on a medium voltage, like, receiving power. Because that will also fuck up the wire and possibly cause an explosion.
Why?
Because, so this is a low voltage wire.
Yes.
If you
LV
put-
says I assume low voltage.
If you put medium voltage through, it burns up the wire. Because it's not rated to handle that.
Yeah, but if the voltage is already low voltage, why would it affect a medium voltage?
I'm saying for when we move up into the next tier.
Okay, when we start using medium voltage, we don't use low voltage anymore.
Not entirely true.
I mean, you don't use the low voltage wires when you're making something with medium voltage. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. Simple enough.
Those are all input chests up above, and then down below, that's the output pipe to go into the colossal chest.
Okay.
This centrifuge is going to be busy for a while, so just don't even regard this thing as here.
I have no idea what that is. So, sure, I was already going to do that.
Okay. Soon I'll be able to make the bender so that we don't actually need this anymore. This bulk smelter is going to be useful for a long time, probably until high voltage. Stop doing that! Oh, how much raw rubber do I have? Oh, good.
So, what else is new that I need to know about?
I condensed a lot of the create shafts and such, so they're all like underneath in the basement area there.
Okay.
I should have everything facing the right way, but if not, just kind of like slap a gearbox somewhere in line. I had to fix this because apparently yours was messed up after that. Also, you needed inputs for
For
dirt
what?
and bone meal. This thing
They're
doesn't.
right here. You place
Yeah,
dirt here, then
but
you,
you're not producing it.
I don't know how to produce dirt.
Use one of those barrels in the corner there with like saplings in it.
What do you mean?
Barrel composting. Wait, is it saplings? Yeah. Any 4 saplings makes 1 dirt.
Oh. I know where I can get saplings. I think.
And then you can also set up the
Yeah.
you can pull the saplings from that and have it go into one of these advanced composters and the wooden barrel, and it can produce both for you. I wasn't gonna take your thunder away. I just wanted to tell you that.
Okay. Wait. So I can use. What's the 2 machine you just said just now?
Wooden barrel for barrel composting, and the
Okay.
advanced composter.
And that's the one I have right here, right?
Yeah. Although at the same time, I don't know how much more leather we need. Which, by the way, you can make yourself a backpack if you haven't.
I have one.
Oh, okay. Which one did you make?
The first one.
Oh, I made rare.
Well, I didn't look at it about upgrading it. I just made the first one to start with.
Can't upgrade to the next one because we need another star. Which I don't know how we're gonna get another star. Wither. No, that's Witcher. Wither.
Yeah. Do you really
Skeleton
need
skull.
unlimited leather?
I don't know right now.
Because if I make unlimited dirt, I also need to make unlimited bone meal.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. That you bring the composter and the other one over.
Oh, okay. See. You know what? I'll do that.
I recommend using laser IO instead of just bringing over a pipe's pipe with that over. If
All right, you need to tell me how to use that.
I was about to say, if you haven't used laser IO, it's a good chance for you to learn how to use it.
Because I asked like yesterday, and he said he doesn't know either.
Of course he doesn't. Okay, well, place down the machines where you want them, and we'll get to it.
Okay, I need to make a barrel. Unless we have. Barrel.
Well, you can just take the barrel and behind here.
Okay.
And then you can probably actually just take the composter from that over there. Because
The
then...
one. Yeah.
Because then we can just, like, slap a storage thing on the bone meal over here so we can see it too. I still can't believe how insane that cherry tree farm is. Like, that is wild that it makes that much wood.
that. But should I leave the bone meal here, or should I move that one too?
You could probably just take the entire, like,
Yes, what I was asking. And what about the cherry one? Should I leave it here?
leave it there.
Okay.
I'll need you to pick up the drawer that has the bone meal over here.
How did you pick it up again?
What are you doing?
And one.
What are you doing? Why did you... Why? Oh.
Whoops. I mean, I can just move it back down.
Okay. Well, come move this bone meal.
How to move? Okay, on it.
Alright. Okay, so... Oh, Uh-oh. Oh, God. Let's see. We'll need laser connections.
Wait, you can just do that. Oh, fuck off.
Oh. Gotta make more logic chips. Chips.
So if I change the colossal chest, do I also need to make a different core, or is the core stay the same?
Sorry, what?
The colossal chest core, does it stay the same, or do I need to make a obsidian one if I change it?
Okay, so here's the thing. You break the core, everything flies out.
Yeah,
Don't
I
do
know.
that.
I know. That's why I said, do you need to replace the core, or do you need to only
Yes.
replace the walls?
You need to replace everything.
How the fuck are you supposed to change that then? What?
You make a new chest.
Uh,
Uh,
no. That's horrible.
you ain't wrong.
So whoever made that mod thinks like, okay, more stuff, but you can also have better chests. But if you want to upgrade, fuck you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, sis,
Yes.
take that item card there. Right-click with it. Should have brought up a GUI, right?
Yes.
In the top left, where it says Insert, click on that.
No, it says extract.
Yeah. So now you just configured that card for extracting, okay? Take
Wait,
that laser node there. And now let's come over here. Place that laser node on this drawer. Yep. And take that card and put it in the side facing the drawer.
so down.
Yep. Okay.
It's pulling.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You'll have to make your own laser wrench. But what you do is you shift right click this connector. The laser network can only go 8 blocks, but you can extend it with the connectors.
Let me get the laser.
It's cheap as shit to make.
Okay, I have one.
Okay, so you shift click the laser connector. Note the connector. Okay, you should see a green highlighted box.
Yes.
Now right click on the laser node. There we go. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. right there. Right click on that. Okay. So
I
now,
need another of those blocks, right? Or do I just need to do it like that?
huh? No, 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 no. So now you put down the barrel in the fermenter or whatever, composter.
Right.
Where did you put them?
Here on me.
Well, okay, put them down here. Like put them here.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Wait. Now, which one are we moving now? Is it the sapling? For dirt. Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, we're doing it all. Like, so just put them down here, both of them. That, and then right on top of it, put the other one. Let's disconnect that so that no water goes in there. All right, so you're gonna take those two laser nodes, and yep, put them on the side, and then you're gonna take these two item cards. These ones are set to insert. They're
So-
insert by default,
Uh,
and then you'll put them into the barrel side there.
then
Then you have
Let me
to,
disconnect.
yeah, you just have to.
Wait.
And now that one's working, and then this one you have to set this to barrel composting, I think it was. Oh no. Wait, what? Which one was it? Oh yeah,
you
composting.
did better. Okay.
Okay, and then, oh shit. Easiest way to do this will just be doing this.
Oh, it just got. Oh. Guess yeah.
And there we go.
Unlimited letter.
Are those going in?
Mm,
Oh, also, because I was tired of seeing you wasting the charcoal there, even though you don't have a unlimited supply of charcoal here, I made it so like I replaced the funnel here. I replaced it with a brass one and set it to only pull out 8. Period.
yeah. I didn't know how to do that one.
Yeah, you have to use the brass funnel. The andesite funnel is like basic bitch. It'll get the job done, but that's about it. The brass funnel, it's the one that allows you to like actually set a lot of custom things with it.
Just make this one's working. I think it's working.
Yeah, looks like it is,
And we're just producing way more dirt than I need.
which is fine. Which is fine. We're finding a use for the cherry saplings. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
a basic rundown on how the Laser IO network works. If you want to find any of the items for Laser IO, in the bottom thing there, type @laser, and it'll only bring up the Laser IO stuff.
Laser. Okay, cat. Leave me alone. Node connector, advanced connector. What's the difference?
Hmm?
What's the difference with the connector into advanced connector?
I have no clue. Maybe it goes farther. I don't know.
Item card, fluid card, energy card, redstone card. You can't do redstone card. What?
Well, yeah,
Okay,
that's
so there-
that's the
Yeah, you know, I
part-
know. That's what you were doing.
Yeah, you can wirelessly transmit redstone too.
I'd rather use redstone to do redstone and not use this shit for redstone.
Sounds like a you problem.
So does it matter if this
Stop sprinting.
does it matter if the output here is not connected to the chest that was right here? Because the sapling
What?
used to be here. Sapling used to be here. But I moved it over there.
No, the
Doesn't
placement is
matter?
arbitrary.
Okay. I don't know, because pipe says like 4 item every 20 tags, so I don't no
Yeah.
clue what that mean really.
That's just its limitation. In order to upgrade that, we need to make basic pipe upgrade. We technically can make that now because we're in LV, which means we can make the LV conveyor modules and shit. But they're still kind of annoying to make. Anyway, I'm unreasonably proud of how this whole thing turned out.
Only need a use for the sticks.
Yeah. I tried looking up a use for sticks. I guess technically we could turn them into pulp, which then we can use those to make circuit boards, but at the same time,
Sticks.
Yeah, phenolic circuit board.
No, useless.
You can make planks with it too. But I mean, at the same
Wood
time, you
chip.
can use any type of wood for that. It doesn't have to be a wood stick.
Can burn it. Don't wait. Use sticks. What about the wood chip?
Wood chips are just wood pulp. You can use it to make circuit boards, as I said. But, I mean, again, you can make anything out of that. I guess we could make paper out of it with a chemical bath, but...
Or just never use sticks again?
Yeah. That was what I was leaning towards. I was like, why use sticks?
So why did you chose to make cherry tree farm and not the oak one?
Because cherry looks to grow faster and it has more wood per tree.
Does it grow faster?
It seems like it because these trees grow really fucking fast.
But yeah, you're right about the amount of wood.
And I can't use the 2x2 spruce because those kept bugging the fuck out. So it was either that or acacia, and it's like, well, at least cherry looks nice.
Yeah.
So we all always have cherry on hand if needed.
Do cherry actually grow on those trees?
What?
I don't. Do cherry grows on those trees? I don't know.
Think there are cherries. There's coffee cherry. That's it.
Oh.
Which I don't even know where that comes from. Coffee beans. Oh my god, that makes a lot of dirt. Huh.
Oops.
What are you doing?
Connecting the bone meal.
Wait, it wasn't connected this whole time?
It was, but now it's not anymore
Oh.
because we moved it. There we go. It is now connected again.
What, music just stop? Oh, video is unavailable.
So now we will have unlimited leather.
Basically, yep.
I mean, it still take like 30 seconds. Let's say 35 seconds to make leather, but
Oh, I also figured out the chunk loading problem that you probably didn't know existed.
The chunk loading problem.
Even though the entire area was chunk loaded, it wasn't chunk loading.
What?
I don't know. But I figured it out and now we're good. Now the entire
So
base
what-
is chunk loaded.
Can you chunk load the to bottom where with the cauldron, please?
The bottom with the cauldron place. What?
South to at the end of the bridge, just the cauldron where I'm trying to get the snow.
Oh,
They need to be loaded.
speaking
Or-
of, I need to enable weather cycle again.
You can, but can you chunk load the thing? Because I cannot.
I have to
get-
go all the way over there then.
Not far. It's like 200 block.
Actually, wait, no, you go over there and I'll tell you how to chunk load it yourself.
Okay. Well, can I not do it from right here?
Nope, you need to see it on that map.
What do you mean on the map? What map? I
So,
press M. I see it.
well, that's different. Press E, top left there. There's FTB Chunks map and FTB Chunks claim manager. You can't move this map,
Oh, okay. I see.
and it's centered on you, so you need to see it on the map. Oh my god, that's so much glue. I am rubber, and you are glue.
Do I
Everything you
need to
say-
claim?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you how to do that. Don't worry. Jesus.
Okay. Then tomorrow maybe I will be able to get the snow, and then you won't need to deal with weathers anymore, ever again. Okay. I'm here.
Okay. So you're gonna go back to that menu, the FTB Chunks Claim Manager.
Yeah.
Click on the
Did it?
chunk that the thing is in.
Mm-hmm.
It'll appear red. Then you shift click.
chunk.
Okay, well, then you shift click on it.
Okay.
Okay.
Force loaded.
And then if you want to unload it, just right click.
But I don't need to unload it right now. Is weather back on?
Yeah.
Okay. So tomorrow we'll go back then look at the cauldron. It should be full. I AFK'd during one snowstorm. None of the cauldron filled up.
Collected from snowfall using cauldrons. Weird.
I don't like the look of those lasers.
Huh?
I don't like the look of the laser. They're very useful, but the pipe madness.
They look so much better than the pipes. These pipes are so ugly and gaudy looking.
I know, but then you don't get to have pipes everywhere because of the laser. I mean, I guess it is better because it would have been more complicated to connect the pipes. But
It would have been, yes. Also, holy crap. That is actually chewing through the saplings. Love it.
so that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's already down 4,000 saplings. Stop sprinting
my
near
God.
this. Yeah, stop sprinting near this.
blame the tree farm for existing near me.
I'm gonna blame you for existing near the tree farm. Oh my god! So much rubber!
Maple, why is it not centered?
Why is what not centered?
The pad right here, why is it not centered with everything else?
What do you mean? Huh?
This pad right here.
Oh, because that one was actually like this is actually following the chunks.
What do you mean?
It's actually following the chunks. F3G, open up the chunks. If you look, this is an intersection of 4 chunks right here.
Yes.
If anything, this path is the actual correct one because it is centered on all of the chunks.
Are you gonna fix the one above?
Maybe once we stop using it as much. Because it would require me to rip up a lot of stuff because this is... Well, I could bring it down here, but then I would need to bring it over here. This would be the actual true intersection right here.
I mean, it will take some work, but you have your block swap thing.
Which I left that in this chest over here. Do you want me to show you how to use it, by the way? In case you want to do some building. Okay, so you're gonna have to rebind a key for that. Controls.
I don't want it anymore.
Oh my god, okay, fine, whatever.
Okay, keybind.
Controls. Look up Building Gadgets 2 in category. And then you're gonna look for settings menu. You're gonna need to change that.
Building. There's no building.
No, category. Make sure you're looking for category first.
Oh.
Yeah.
Building gadget too. Okay.
So yeah, you're gonna have to rebind the settings menu.
Time to find one that is not used. They're all used.
That's the biggest problem with modded.
Yeah, people who make mod pack are don't want to deal with the keybind stuff.
I got in an
Do
argument
I
with
need
someone.
something else?
Huh?
Do I need something else other than the settings
No.
menu?
Nope, that's everything.
Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna hold the thing in your hand and hit. I think it's press and hold that button, and it works like a radial menu. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So I can't remember what the goddamn menu looks like.
Circle with a bunch of
Yeah.
shit.
Generally, you'll be using area or horizontal mode. And
Horizontal
then,
row and surface.
yeah, surface. And then the bottom one is how big of an area you want it to encompass. If you set it to max, dear God, it was so fast for me to replace everything with the diamond ore bricks.
Yeah, I see. Range 15. But I don't know how to make those blocks.
Okay, so wait, which blocks?
This one and this one.
Okay, so in here, look up laboratory. The one that you will craft will be the white panel laboratory block, okay? So you're going to... No. It's not the same one still. You have to pick it back up, and you're going to come over to this tinkering table.
Let me get a stack.
Oh, did you only grab one?
Yeah.
Oh. So you're going to right-click on the tinkering table, click on the laboratory block, and the one that I use is tiles.
Tiles.
Yeah. Click single, shift-click, and then it turns all of them in your inventory
What
into
if I don't
tiles.
click single? What if I
I
don't
don't-
feel like single?
I don't actually know. Let's see.
It does something.
I don't think it actually matters. I think it's just getting a preview of what the connected texture looks like. Yeah, that's probably what it is. But yeah, so with the building gadget, what you'll do, don't leave one. Okay, we're not. With the building gadget in your hand, or replacing gadget, whatever the fuck it was called, shift right click on the laboratory block. And then when you hover over anything else, it'll give you a preview saying, yeah, you can swap that.
I see.
And then there you go. It's just right click and go.
Well, and diamond brick.
The diamond brick one is easy to make. It's just bricks and
Brick.
diamond. It's a single diamond for 8 things. That's why I spent so long sieving sand last night when I got home from work. Oh, by the way, I set up the bulk smelter, so if you put cobblestone into it, it will pick it back up when it smelts into stone. So you can quickly smelt that over into stone to make the stone bricks. And then what else? Oh, right, the Tyrian. So if you come into the storage and look up Tyrian.
So what?
Tyrian? T-Y, just look up TYR.
EYR.
Okay, so
Oh, yeah,
the
that one.
disordered metal bits is the one that has the crafting recipe, and you're going to
Yeah.
shift it over to shiny plate. You have to do that one over at the mason table.
Yeah.
That being said, if you do find a different texture for things, oh Jesus, Sis. Oh no.
Middle.
Sis! No!
What?
You just fucked it
I said I
all
was-
up.
Nah. If you want it to be middle of the middle trunk thing, like bottom here.
Oh God.
Oops. That's not what I want to do. Nope. You grab the thing now.
You're banned.
Don't
Alright.
worry. It's not
You do
row.
it, whatever. I wipe
Trust
my
me.
hands of this.
Trust the process. Where's the middle of the thing now? What do we do? Wait.
Oh, by the way. Oh God. Oh. Well, we'll have to get rid of the slope that I made here too. But by the way too, if you want, there is a travel staff in the storage. I've set up a couple travel anchors around
Okay.
so you can move around.
Guess what? Your traveling carrier here won't be centered anymore.
I know. We'll have to move it. It's also not going to be called center anymore because we're doing it in a 2x2.
Oops.
Oh my God. I'm just going to let you do the do.
Whoops.
Oh my God. Why do I think this was a mistake?
Don't worry. It's gonna be fine. I think.
Oh boy. Oh
It
God,
doesn't change the stuff, but like,
that-
it doesn't. But
that drum is almost full. Oh, is this done now? Oh no, it's still chugging away. Oh, there's still one more bone meal left. That's why.
Oh!
Did you fall?
Jesus. I almost did. Jesus.
I am danger. Oh, I'm on a block. Alright. Here. Horizontal row. And
Says,
what?
I need you to convince me not to spend money on what I'm thinking of spending money on.
What are you thinking of spending money on?
There is a mini PC I was looking at for my media
Oh,
PC.
no.
No, it's
It
just
is
for-
not worth it.
It's just for a media PC, and it was like $100 and something bucks.
Is the like 100 something the one you linked?
No, that one was an entire ass processor, bud.
Yeah, it was like what mini PC? Link to PC, so I can judge harshly.
I have to get the link again.
Where did they put the thing now? Oh, 33.
Oh, sorry, it was actually $250.
Too expensive.
Here, I'll link it in the voice channel. There you go.
Voice. What the fuck is this shit? Oh wait, Amazon.
Looking at the specs, it's actually really fucking good.
What do you want to use it for?
Watching movies and shit on.
But can't you do that with your current PC?
In order to do that, I need to flip around my entire monitor to face my bed.
You know what would be a smarter idea?
What?
A laptop.
Thing is, I want to use my laptop while I'm in bed.
Why
I have
can't you use it?
I have a laptop.
But why can't you use it while you're in bed?
Because if I'm watching something on it, then I can't play. Like a gate, like I can't do shit on, or like in this mod pack, for example.
Oh, so you want to watch something and also be on your laptop.
Yeah. Oh, okay, this
No.
is done. Also, did you say no?
I can't cannot find a good reason to justify to purchase of a mini PC. You have what? 3 monitor on your current PC? Yes, you
4.
have to spend the thing. 4. You have 4 monitor.
I could hear what sounded like you choking on something, like 4.
You know what would be a better purchase at this point? Just buy a monitor that you can easily spin around. There we go. Problem solved.
That'd be more expensive than this. And not only that, but it's also down to the fact that it's first world problem. Difficult to navigate on. Oh shit! Did I just do what I think I did? Oh, I didn't. No. Okay. Difficult to navigate on my main PC when a lot of like my Windows Explorer and shit is on the main monitor. You know what I mean?
No. Like when you have too many tabs open? What?
No, like when the Windows Explorer, I can't navigate my files to find the movies and such on my main PC when I'm in bed.
Mm-hmm. Because you're too far from the screen or something?
Because the other screens are facing away from me.
I see. I see what you mean. I would still say separate gaming and watching movies. And if you want to do both, use your bed. Use your desk.
But here's the thing, when I'm watching and doing my light gaming, I'm in bed falling asleep. Because generally I'm doing like light duty stuff, like really boring shit. Like last night I was just doing a shit ton of sieving while I was in bed watching videos.
Just play with that controller.
Gross.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Who the fuck plays with a controller? You
I do.
sociopath. So if not that one, there was another one that I was looking at. Where was it? There was one that I saw. Was it this one? Yeah, this one. This one's another one. It's got a worse processor, but it's also
but
cheaper.
it's so expensive for an extra computer that you don't really need. Like, it's a want, it's not a need.
I mean, that's like your opinion, man.
You just told me to convince you to not get it.
And I'm convincing you against that.
I mean, that's what you're trying to do, but I cannot find a good reason to get a mini PC for whatever you want to do with it.
Basically, I just want a dedicated media PC. Like, it not used for anything else except for watching movies and shit.
This is what I use my laptop for. Whoops.
Oh. Okay, let me stop you right there. No, let me stop you right there. I was going to have these grids being 2x2 chunks. Make sense? So like this one over here would then be one of the grid pieces.
What do you
And
mean?
then this entire area, like these 4 chunks here, would be one of the 2x2 chunks. So then
Okay, you want them all.
Unless, maybe it looks better like this. I don't know.
I mean, by doing it like that, you know where the chunks start and end, so you can better plan.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, never mind then. Yeah, fuck me. Disregard what I'm saying. I want a media PC after all.
You don't need a media PC.
Says you!
Yes. You have a PC. It'll work fine.
But not for media.
What do you mean not for media? Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You just cannot use it like you want while you're in bed. That's different.
Exactly. Oh, the other thing too is that the audio isn't set up for that kind of stuff. It's only set up for headphones.
Oh, you don't have speakers?
I do. But if I were to
Just
use
switch it around?
well, no, if I were to use speakers, then I would need to entirely set up Voicemeeter all over again for speakers. And I would need to do that back and forth between, like, headphones
fuck
and
is Voicemeeter?
speakers. It's what I use to separate my audio into different channels. It's so that if someone goes and watches one of my VODs right now, it doesn't have music in it.
Now you're bringing a better agreement over you wanting to be in bed for a media PC. Because now this is not the what the fuck did you do? Yeah, this is not like harder to fix issue that I cannot even argue against because I have no idea how to fix that.
Oh, you know what?
Right.
Maybe with this, then we'll just take out one of the things here and just leave the slope where it is. Maybe.
I would say move the slope a tiny bit, like
Ah,
this corner. Like either start the slope here or right here, and make it. Are those all 2x2 chunks? Oh, they
Yeah.
are.
if you want to change these
Okay.
ones, go ahead.
No, I will do like you didn't. I didn't know you were doing all 2x2. Okay. Well, I will undo what I just did.
Well, no, I'm
The worst
saying go ahead if you want. I can just change it down there later.
I need to think.
Okay. Oh
Also need
shit,
to eat.
that drawer is maxed on dirt now. Actually, wait a minute. You know, I was kind of hoping that Zyke would get home a little sooner so I could say hello and shit to him.
You said that yesterday too.
Yeah. There we go. Now we get
Which
to
one
see
is this?
dirt in the system.
Hey, dirt.
Dirt. Let me make sure. Okay, good. You did lock it.
Yeah. I locked every single one.
I'm still not totally sold on those cherry. Oh, this is gonna have to come down anyway. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. That means where I have the laser connectors isn't centered anymore either. No. Oh, well. Whatever. Fuck me, right?
I guess. I still think the media PC is a want and not a need.
Well, yeah, but I'm also getting 3 paychecks this month.
What the fuck?
What?
Money. Share.
Have you not heard of a 3 paycheck month?
No.
3 paycheck month is known as like when your first payday of the month falls on like a first or second, because generally paydays are oh Jesus 14 days apart. So I got paid today, the 1st, I get paid on the 15th, and then I get paid on the 29th, which means technically I have a free paycheck this month. You get two
Wait.
of them a year.
You get paid. Oh, I also get 3 paycheck this month, I guess. Yeah, first 15, 29. You're right.
Did you get paid today?
Yes. Well, yesterday, but
Hey!
like,
Oh,
oh
sick.
wait, no, yesterday.
Oh, that means
I-
last month was your 3 paycheck month.
I don't check at that.
Oh, I guess I should make sure that my rent came out. It should have. Oh, what the hell? They haven't taken rent out. Weird.
All right, too late. It's your money now.
Yeah.
Go spend it.
Yeah, no kidding. But yeah, so also let me if you need to make like rods now, there's a lathe where you get 2 rods for every two rods for every ingot now.
I never
Uh,
made a single rod, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. And then there's also a wire mill, but whatever.
Oh no, the mob farm is not centered. Big chest is in the way.
Oh well. Oh god, there's so much junk in this chest. You know, it's kind of funny that you decided to set up a vanilla smoker instead of the bulk smoking thing.
There's a bulk smoking thing.
Yeah. If you look up smoked, the smoked mycelium there. So you see how there's the smoking, which is the recipe you're doing, and then bulk smoking. You put a, I think it's a campfire in front of a encased fan, and
Oh,
yeah, it's just like the bulk
well,
smelter things that I
the
have
one
over
I
there.
chose is more compact.
Sure.
Am I wrong?
Kind of, yes, because you could have just set up the bulk smoker to be going over this belt here and then blocked it off and then made it so that this drawer only imported, like if you put a filter on it, only imported the smoked mycelium. But anyways, whatever.
I don't like throwing items on the ground. It's spooky.
Well, no, you don't have to throw it on the ground. You can still do it on the belt.
Oh, wait, you can do bolt smoker on the bell?
Yeah.
What?
Ah.
Interesting.
I just didn't want to do it over here on like these ones because if you do it this way, you the upper limit of how many items you can toss onto the ground is infinite. And then the brass funnel at the end there will just pick up a stack at a time as they're finished. As long as you have the filter set correctly. Well, we got lots of rubber now. Oh, hey, plant balls. 1 plant ball smelts 0.38 item. Aw, the Pyrolyze oven looks so bad in this pack compared to New Horizons. Nitrogen and sugar mix charcoal and water. Okay. Steam and coal makes coke and coal gas. Wait, coal gas. Charcoal and nitrogen together makes activated carbon. Okay, what in the fuck is this coal gas? Carbon dioxide, ethyl benzene, ammonia, and coal tar. Ethyl benzene? Ah, you can use it to make styrene. Styrene butadiene.
He's talking language I don't understand.
Coal tar makes naphthalene.
Just when I wanted done.
Naphthalene.
Oops.
That's the one that you use to make phthalic acid. Okay, that's right. It's all coming back to me. Phthalic acid makes diphenyl isophthalate. Diphenyl isophthalate makes polybenzimidazole. Do you not like polybenzimidazole?
I have no clue what that is.
It's a astronaut grade rubber. Would it be more considered a plastic?
Astronaut grade rubber.
Yeah. They use it in like spacesuits and shit.
See.
Polybenzimidazole, a high-performance polymer known for its exceptional thermal stability, chemical resistance, and mechanical properties, especially at high temperatures. It's a thermoplastic, meaning it can be repeatedly softened and heated by and solidified by cooling. PBI is often used in applications where extreme heat and harsh chemical environments are present. Yeah, aerospace. PBI fibers are used in the protective clothing and other applications where flame resistance and high temperature performance are critical.
So, can't this tool break?
No, it just runs out of power, which reminds me that I need to set up that energizer.
Yeah, I'm almost right. I'm almost out.
Okay, I'll show you where you need to put it before I go then. Okay, Sizz, come with me. I'm down underneath.
Okay. You know what's the funny part about all this new padding?
What's that?
We'll have to deal with the machine being on the pad.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, none of what we have right now is going to be permanent. Okay,
Yeah,
so
you're
you're
right.
gonna... Oh, wait, maybe not there. Hold on. That. Okay, put it on the depot. So it's currently taking our power to charge it. There. All done. Fully charged.
Oh,
Have fun.
yeah.
Oh, hey,
Chaos.
by the way, it's snowing.
I know.
You should go check on your thing.
It take a long time, so I'm just gonna wait. I saw I figured out something. It's easier if I do it from underneath.
Yeah, because there's nothing blocking your path, eh?
Yes.
Alright. What is the ore processor currently doing? It is doing... Ah, it's doing galena and silver. Good. I need silver. Well, I guess no Zyke. Unfortunate. If you can, at some point, sieve some sand, because we need more diamonds for the diamond ore bricks, most likely.
Oh, okay. If I can, if I have time.
Yeah. Oh, and then, yeah, we're gonna have to move these laser connections.
I think this is like...
No, we're not.
Oh. Hello, Zyke.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, no, you're about to leave.
Oops.
Yeah. It's like, do you want a quick tutorial on that laser IO thing before I go?
I guess.
I set up some LV machines. I'm sorry.
How dare.
I wanted a wire mill, lathe, and better rubber. Okay. Literally everything I made is literally just that kind of setup.
Oh, you made the thing for rubber?
Yeah.
Fluid solidifier?
Fluid solidifier, chemical reactor, and a centrifuge. I'm taking sticky resin and putting that in the centrifuge. We're getting glue
What?
and raw rubber out of it.
Oh,
And then the raw rubber goes into the chemical reactor with the sulfur.
I see.
And it makes liquid rubber. Where'd you go?
Downstairs.
Oh.
Why are you wearing
Hello.
armor?
Because mobs were spawning.
Oh,
Where?
In the areas that I built and forgot to put light.
Did you put light there now?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so these are the laser nodes.
Yep.
If you right click on it, it shows like the different directions and such. You have to put the cards in there. Like this one has an energy card on the down mode, which is the energy converter. Yeah, our power is fucking wild. Okay. To do this, you're gonna need to make a laser wrench.
Okay.
So, borrow mine for a moment. To start configuring it, you need to shift right click on like the laser node there. It'll highlight green. And then right click on like a connection or something. And then that'll connect the two.
Okay. So this is connected down here somewhere.
Yeah. A bunch of stuff that I set up before we realized that we needed, yeah, to that one
What
right
does this
there.
laser connector do?
It extends the range. The base range for these is 8 blocks. So if you look, they're 7 blocks apart. All the power is
Gotcha.
coming from over here.
What are these?
What are what?
Generator coil?
Oh yeah, this is the mod that we were using on Terraformacraft Hard Rock to generate power from Create.
Oh, does this have the, like, you use netherite or diamond block?
It's entirely changed.
Oh, gotcha.
The mod
Sounds
fully
like-
expanded and is like feature complete at this point. Oh, right. But yeah, the power is coming from these. We're storing
1 million.
10 million.
No, it's 1 million.
Oh, that's just the Energizer. Look at the Regstone Flux Coil cell.
Ah, 10 MFE.
And then this one's also 10 here.
Oh, wow. Oh, God.
Yeah.
We have a lot of power, I guess. Okay. Can I use this without... Oh, I can. Cool.
All right, did it.
There's also
Main south. Main south. Okay. Center. Okay. There's also what?
there's also a travel staff in the system.
You can
There's
use
2
that.
of them. You don't, but you can use the staff from anywhere to teleport anywhere.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, you can also do a short range teleport with the staff.
Ah,
So if you get stuck, it can help you.
I see.
But yeah, I showed Sis how to use the laser network because we set his leather thing up to be fully automated now.
How's it fully automated? Oh, you're making bone meal with the saplings. I gotcha.
Yeah, making bone meal with the saplings and dirt with the saplings, and now we can see the dirt in the system too.
I need to add those for inventory things to these things over here. The soul sand and the
Oh yeah.
spore.
If you guys,
I made the oven. I made the oven because I wanted like a multi-smelter that actually could smelt everything.
Wow. If you guys feel like doing it, if you could clean up these inventory cables a bit, that would be great. I was meaning to, but I got sidetracked by progress.
I'm not the correct person for that.
I mean, it's just running the wires under the basement instead.
Oh,
That's all I mean by cleaning them up a little bit.
Yeah, I know what he means.
And then, so something that I was going to do tomorrow is make a different colossal chest as our storage and yeah,
Got
make
a
like an
diamond?
obsidian one. No, obsidian.
Oh, obsidian's the biggest, isn't it?
It is. And probably. Oh, I also figured out why the base wasn't properly chunk loading. It was only chunk loading when one of us was on. That's the base
Really?
config for this shit. It's stupid.
What?
So yeah.
Did
I've
you
fixed
up
it
the
since.
limit? Did you up
Yes.
the limit also? Okay.
Yes.
Because I was gonna say it was only 25 before, and I'm like, that's like nothing.
Yeah.
So now you change the config to load all the time.
Yeah. Load all the time, and now we have 500 loaded chunks.
Hey,
I
we
doubt
got
we'll need that many, but whatever.
2.3k obsidian.
Yeah. This thing makes one obsidian every 20 seconds, basically. But yeah, I did a shit ton of sieving last night, and I set up a bunch of ores to process, and I logged on, and like none of it finished, and I was really annoyed. So if you come over to the ore factory, Zyke, I set up 2 colossal chests, one for the input, one for the output, and you can see all the
Jesus
processed ores.
Christ.
What? The 2x2x2s are actually really cheap.
Also,
they-
that's like half full. Okay.
Oh yeah. But yeah, this is the closest thing that we can get to like having like diamond
82?
chests. Well,
Oh.
no, diamond chests. But anyway, I have to go skedaddle skedoodle. So, I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay.
bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right. It is time for me to skedaddle skedoodle. My dick is now noodle. As I just said, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll probably wind up making our way mostly through low voltage. I may look into what we need to do in order to get aluminum, but like we really just have to at this point get to the EBF and make aluminum. Once we get to aluminum, then we can get right into medium voltage. But I don't know. It depends on how much we actually want to automate it this tier.